Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Welcome back to the second International Conference on Natural Products and Chronic Diseases, ICNCD 2024, Natural Products for Quality of Life, Good Health, and Well-Being Towards Achieving Sustainable Development Goals, Day 2. Held by Universitas Nasional Jakarta, Indonesia, in collaboration with Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey, Center for Botanicals and Chronic Diseases, and NIH Fogarty International Center. We would like to extend the warmest welcome to our honorable guest, Her Excellency Vice Rector for Research, Community Service and Collaboration, Universitas Nasional, Profesor Dr. Ernawati Sinaga, MS.APT, His Excellency Professor Ilya Raskin, PhD, from Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey, United States, warming welcome. Former Director, U.S. National Institutes of Health Office of Dietary Supplements, Dr. Joseph M. Betts, warming welcome. Director of Applied Research, Natural Health and Food Products, BCIT, Paula N. Brown, PhD. Professor Vyacheslav Deshenkov, PhD, from Hostos Community College, the City University of New York, United States. Our invited speakers, Dr. Insinyur Nonon Saribanon, MSI, from Universitas Nasional Indonesia, and also the chairman of ICNCD 2024, Professor Dr. Syamsuddin M. Biomed, APT, from Pancasila University, Indonesia. The invited speakers who are joining us virtually today, Professor Dr. Saidberg Satorov, from Medical Social Institute of Tajikistan, Republic of Tajikistan, Dr. Muhammad Ajmal Shah from the MPhil, PhD, from the Department of Pharmacy, Hazara University, Mansehra, Pakistan, Professor Madya Dr. Hamsa Suryati binti Mod, from University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia. Our moderator, Bapak Fadlan Muzaki, SIP, MPhil, the faculty leaders, students, and all participants here in Auditorium Universitas Nasional or through virtual channel on YouTube streaming. My name is Miss Rina, and I feel so honored and delighted to be here in front of wonderful faces today to be your master of ceremony for today's event. So ladies and gentlemen, move on to the main agenda. We have 5 invited speakers for this session, and the session will be led by our moderator. Without further ado, please welcome our moderator with a round of applause, Bapak Fadlan Muzaki, SIP, MPhil.
Cek. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Here with me again, Fadlan Muzaki as a moderator for this second day of the conference. International Conference on Natural Products and Chronic Diseases. For this session, this morning session, we have around 5 speakers, and it is actually hybrid session because some of the speakers will be presented their paper online, and some of them will be presented on site here beside of me. Without taking longer time, I will take and I will give the opportunity to the speaker on site to come to the stage. The first speaker who are coming to the stage on site, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Syamsuddin M. Biomed APT from Universitas Pancasila Indonesia. Please give applause. Well, the next on-site speaker welcoming to this stage, I would like to invite Dr. Insinyur Nonon Saribanon MSI to coming to this stage. Well, the rest of speakers will be coming online, and I would like to mention Professor Dr. Seidberg Satorov. I think the operator can help me to... Does Professor Dr. Seidberg Satorov already coming online? Even though he will be presenting for the second after Professor Dr. Syamsuddin. So it's not coming yet. Not coming yet. Okay, I think we will wait, and the next speaker, the third speaker will be online as well. It is Dr. Muhammad Ajmal Shah Parkdi, MPhil PhD from Department of Pharmacy, Hazara University, Masyara, Pakistan, and he already confirmed that he will be coming to this forum online at 10:50 AM Indonesian time. And the next speaker will be Professor Madya Dr. Kamsha Suryati binti Moh from University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia. Will be coming online as well as the five speaker. But beforehand, it will be on-site speaker. It is Dr. Insinyur Nonon Saribanon. But okay, it's already confirmed and coming online for Professor Madya Kasma Suryati. Welcome, Professor. You want to check your sound first, because even though you are in the 5-1.
Thank you very much.
But beforehand, we will listen the presentation from the first speaker, Professor Dr. Syamsuddin M. Biomed APT from Universitas Pancasila. The time is yours. Mau di sini atau di sini?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Professor Dr. Ernawati Sinaga from Universitas Nasional, and my friend Professor Dr. Irsan Saleh from Universitas Sriwijaya, the Honorable Prof. Ilya Raskin, and CBCD team from Rutgers University, the Honorable participant. And I want to presentation and our research entitled Application of Hokkaidan from Sargassum Species as Treatment for Cardiovascular Disease. Cardiovascular disease is a category of disease related to the circulatory system, including atherosclerosis, hypertension, hyperlipidemia, and thrombosis. Cardiovascular disease leading cause of human deaths worldwide. One of the most prominent pathological basis of cardiovascular disease is atherosclerosis, which is usually caused by endothelial dysfunction due to an imbalance in lipid metabolism and dysfunction and the accumulation of monocyte under the endothelium. Monocyte-derived macrophage cannot effectively reduce the inflammatory response and eventually led to the formation atherosclerosis plaque. Statins are mainly used to reduce the levels of very low density lipoprotein cholesterol and low density lipoprotein cholesterol caused by the lipid metabolism imbalance. The current guideline for the management of dyslipidemia recommend statin as the first choice for patients with high fat complicated with a high risk of cardiovascular disease. However, the side effect of statins such as myalgia, myositis, rhabdomyolysis, and liver injury cannot be ignored, and it might increase the risk of hemorrhagic stroke in patients with cerebrovascular disease. Therefore, it's necessary to develop new bioactive substance. The marine biome contains highly valuable natural resources, and marine polysaccharides have a variety of biological activity. The biological activity of fucoidan and its potential application are the particular interest. Indonesia is one of megadiversity country in the world. One of the natural resources that come from the sea in Indonesia is seaweed. Indonesia itself also has natural advantage as a seaweed producer because it is located in equatorial where the sun shines all year round. So seaweed cultivation can be done all year round. And one of seaweed in Indonesia, brown seaweed, is Sargassum species, Sargassum polycystum or Sargassum crassifolium. This is Indonesia seaweed demand international market 26.50%. Fucoidan is marine polysaccharide. In recent years, fucoidan has attracted with scale attention from the pharmaceutical industry, due to its diverse biological activities such as lipid lowering, anti-cholesterol, and anticoagulant. This is a methodology. Seaweed from Santolo River, Garut from West Java, Sargassum species, Sargassum polycystum and Sargassum crassifolium. We use per month, September, October, November, December, and powder by grinder and microwave assisted extraction and anion exchange chromatograph and crude fucoidan. And crude fucoidan molecular weight 9,620. We use fucoidan molecular weight 7,000. For molecular weight 7,000, we use three methods: enzyme, acid, hydrochloric acid, and sulfuric acid, and gamma irradiation. This is in vivo anti-dyslipidemic test, acclimatized mice, male mice for 7 days and high fat diet and dyslipidemic model mice. We use 6 group, one group normal control and negative control PTL induction and the administration simvastatin, and three group fucoidan therapy, 100 milligram per kilogram body weight, 200 milligram per body weight, and 400 per milligram per body weight. And then measurement propylipid, LDL, HDL, cholesterol, triglyceride, and histopathology analysis for to liver and adipose. This is reduction of fucoidan molecular weight using hydrochloric and sulfuric acid, group cleavage and sulfate bond reduction, and crude fucoidan molecular weight 9,620 to molecular weight 9,427. This is reduction of fucoidan using cellulose enzyme and cutting of in glucosidic bond, and crude fucoidan molecular weight 9,620 to fucoidan molecular weight 9,404. This is reduction of fucoidan using gamma irradiation, cutting of fucoidan polymer chain bond, molecular weight 9,620 to fucoidan molecular weight 6,809. This is result of molecular weight examination using LC-MS. We can see together marker fucoidan molecular weight 3,002 and fucoidan using gamma irradiation 6,807. This is a picture in time sampling for sargassum. We use 4 months, September, October, November, December. We can see the best time sampling is September, based on IC50 anti-aggregation platelet and sulfate content, fucose content, and carbohydrate. This is spectrophotometer FTIR from fucoidan. This is total cholesterol level after 60 days of high feed feeding and crude fucoidan for 21 days. And histogram left, we can see six group and normal group and negative group PTL induction, and positive control statin, and 3 group for therapy fucoidan, dose 100, 200, and 400 milligram. We can see all those increase total cholesterol except normal control. And right picture, and we can see all those decrease total cholesterol after 81 day or crude fucoidan administration for 21 days. This is total triglyceride level after 60 days of high fat feeding and crude fucoidan for 21 days. And in the picture, it can be seen the administration crude fucoidan during 21 days can reduce high triglyceride level in dyslipidemia maize. A decrease occur of all good. Thus, the highest reduction triglyceride occurred of the 4 milligram per kilogram body weight. This is total HDL level after 60 days of high fat feeding and crude fucoidan for 21 days. Giving crude fucoidan for 21 days can increasing HDL level in dyslipidemia maize given high quality feed fat. In the crude fucoidan dose, group D1, D2, then D3 can be it can be seen of 3 doses. The result is in increases in HDL level. This is total LDL level after 60 days of high fat feeding and crude fucoidan for 21 days. It can be seen at all 3 doses occurring decreases LDL level. This is adipose tissue MRA expression, VCAM1 expression, ICAM 1 expression and MCP1 expression. Analysis result for VCAM1, ICAM1, and MCP1 mRNA in adipose tissue showed that administration of 3 doses treatment in mice able to reduce mRNA expression significantly compared to high-feed feeding control. This is liver tissue mRNA expression. Analysis result of VCAM1, ICAM1, and MCP1 mRNA in liver tissue showed that that administration of 3 doses treatment in mice was able to reduce mRNA expression significantly compared to high-feed feeding control. This is MCP1 immunohistochemistry on adipose and liver tissue. Based on the result of histopathology above in this study, so the histopathological image of stained adipose tissue and liver with HNA showed morphological change in the group induced by giving high-feed feeding. To the control group normal, morphology change in adipose tissue and liver are seen with excessive fat deposition in adipocyte and hepatocyte. Giving crude fucoidan to mice induced by high-feed feeding showed condition of adipose tissue and liver which is almost close to the morphology of adipose tissue and liver of normal control and positive control. Administration of fucoidan can reduce fat ratio. For the conclusion, establishment of most experimental model of dyslipidemia with feeding high fat for 70 days, success producing dyslipidemia and crude mice fucoidan has anti-dyslipidemia activity. Histopathology picture of mice adipose tissue after feeding high fat for 60 days result in increase in adipose cell and the liver causing structural damage and inflammation. Expression VCAM1, ICAM1, MCP1 mRNA in adipose tissue and liver show the administration 3 doses of crude fucoidan treatment in dyslipidemic mice was able to reduce mRNA expression significantly compared to PTL control. Giving crude fucoidan for 21 days affect the picture histopathology in adipose tissue and liver of dyslipidemia model mice with immunohistochemistry staining showing stain section positive for MCP1. Acknowledgement, I want to thank National University, Universitas Nasional is awarded for joint collaboration with CBCD supported by the Forgetty International Center, the National Institute of Health. I want to thank to BRIN. I want to thank to Kemenristek Dikti for grant competition for two years entitled Development Sargassum from Indonesia for cardiovascular disease. I want to thank contributor, especially our PhD student, Dr. Lili Nurhidayati, Dr. Sarah Zaidan, and Dr. Kartiningsih from Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Pancasila. Thank you very much.
Okay, please give applause for our speakers, Professor Samsudin. Before we take to the second speaker, I would like to make sure whether Professor Seidberg Sattorov already stand by online. Could operator help me for make sure? It's not coming yet. Okay, we wait for like sometimes, or we also can jump up to the third speaker, but unfortunately the third speaker, Dr. Muhammad Ajmal, already confirmed that he will be coming at 10:50 EM Indonesian time. Well, okay, while waiting for Dr. Muhammad Ajmal Shah joining online to our conference to present their paper, I would like to allow Antonia Kas from Rutgers University to present. Well, actually, this presenter wants to present it directly online, but because of the different times in the United States, the presenter just give the video to be presented in this forum. So we will give the opportunity to Antonia Kans, and the operator maybe can help us to show the video. Operator yang di atas mungkin bisa bantuannya video.
Hello everyone, my name is Antonia Kaz. I am a graduate student in the Rutgers Plant Biology Department in Dr. Ilya Raskin's lab. Today I will be discussing oak galls as a source of surface-acting antibacterial compounds. So, for some background, I'm sure this has been extensively covered in the conference, but as we know, plants make secondary metabolites that protect them against abiotic and biotic stresses. Specifically, polyphenols are known to have antimicrobial effects. And what we might not have discussed in the conference is a plant gall. So what exactly is this? For reference, there's a photo of an Aleppo oak gall. But plant galls are these morphologically complex tumor-like structures that form on plant surfaces. And they're this interaction between a microorganism or an insect and the plant. We also know that these galls accumulate antimicrobial polyphenolic compounds, such as hydrolyzable tannins, and they have known antibacterial properties and a long history of use. So why do galls need polyphenols? This may be to protect the developing larva against pathogens, and specifically Quercus infectoria, the Aleppo oak galls that you see in the upper right corner, formed by the Cynnipid wasp, are known for their antimicrobial properties and have a wide use in traditional medicine. So the goal of this project was to compare the liquid and surface antibacterial properties of an optimized Aleppo oak gall extract, which I will call AGE from here on out, to antibiotics and identify the primary bioactive compounds. So the first objective was to compare the anti-Staphylococcus aureus and Escherichia coli activity of AGE in liquid cultures and on surfaces, perform metabolomic analysis of AGE and Aleppo oak leaves, and determine if galls are a source of novel compounds not previously reported for Quercus species. So the first question that we had was how to even assess the surface antibacterial activity of hydroalcoholic extracts. We decided to come up with a method, and this is briefly how we did it. So start by making our extract, so grinding our material. We use 70% ethanol and would dry down the extracts using a speed vacuum centrifuge. Then we would have different concentrations of our extracts, which we would apply to agar surfaces using a bacteria plate spreader, and then apply our microorganisms of interest, keeping it at concentrations that were consistent, so between 5 to 10 colony-forming units within each drop plate, so these little circles here. And then we would measure the colony area to determine the antibacterial effects of our extracts. Additionally, so most antibacterial activity is assessed using liquid assays. So we use the common broth macrodilution assay that was reported in Nature. And also we did our metabolomic analyses using LC-MS, and this was all done in negative mode. So what we found was that the surface antibacterial activity of AGE is greater than its liquid activity. So this top portion is all of the results from our liquid assays. As you can see from where AGE is marked here and here, the activity is typically inferior to our antibiotics. So spectinomycin is one of the antibiotics we first started working with, and then we also use azithromycin, cephalexin, and amoxicillin, which are listed among the top 5 frequently used antibiotics by the WHO. When you compare that to our surface activity assay, so the graphs that just came up, the activity of AG appears to be more comparable to our antibiotics, and that is really specific to E. coli relative to staph. When we look at our metabolomics analyses, we know that tannins are likely responsible for the antibacterial activity of AG because, for starters, when we were comparing the activity of our crude extract to a tannic acid standard, we found that in most cases, our AGE extract was significantly better than a tannic acid standard. And for this experiment, we were comparing the concentrations to just the colony area, so not the percent inhibition, but actually how large the colony is. And we use a 70% ethanol as our control. So you can see the decreased colony areas once we apply our tannic acid or our crude extract. We also identified the top 5 most abundant compounds in our crude extract, which are listed here. But also, as I start to pull them up, you can see the compounds that I have listed in the table. And here we have our hydrolyzable tannin, as well as here. Okay? What was also interesting about this metabolomics analysis was that AGE appears to have unique compounds that are not present in the leaf extract that we assessed, but also have not been previously reported in Quercus species. So here is a list of the 7 most abundant compounds in our crude extract that have not been previously reported. And here are the compounds that we identified. There is overlap between the table from the slide before and this table, which is why I've not included all of the figures. But as you can see, number 5 and number 6 are again hydrolyzable tannins. So our conclusions. The surface antibacterial activity of an optimized and standardized Aleppo oak gall extract, as I've been calling AGE, was comparable to the clinically used antibiotic in a surface activity assay, while the antibacterial AGE was weaker relative to antibiotics in liquid cultures. Hydrolyzable tannins are the largest class of compounds in the optimized extract. And compounds that were not previously reported in Quercus species were identified in AG using non-targeted metabolomic analyses. And this also demonstrates the chemical differences in the galls versus the healthy leaves. So I would like to spend the last minute of this presentation just thanking all of the Raskin lab members who unfortunately were not photographed here, but their names will start to come up, especially Dr. Raskin and Dr. Dushenkov, who are both at the conference today. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to having a chance to meet and discuss things with you in the future.
Well, thank you very much. Give applause for Antonia Kas, who are presenting, just sending the video. Before we turn, I would like to make sure whether professors already coming online, already joining in us through Zoom platform. He's not coming yet, I think. Well, okay, we jump up to the next presentation. I think would like to invite Dr. Nonon Saribanon, MSE, to present her paper. The time is yours. Please give applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and my extend gratitude to Professor Dr. Ernawati Sinaga as Vice Rector of Universitas Nasional, and also for Professor Ilya Raskin and Professor Vyacheslav Dushenkov, Dr. Joseph Bates, and also Paula Braun, and our colleagues of UNAS, Professor Irsan Saleh, Professor Poppy, and Professor Samsudin, and all the audience. Now I want to present our study about ethnobotanical study. And this is our study, me and Hanifa, one of the CBCD trainees, and also Professor Ernawati Sinaga. Our study is about ethnobotanical study of medicinal plant used by Donggo Ele tribe in Wawo district, West Nusa Tenggara. Okay. As you know that Indonesia is an archipelagic country. Indonesia has become the second richest for biodiversity, known as mega biodiversity country after Brazil. And the biodiversity in Indonesia has been recorded about 15.5% of the total flora in the world. It's a huge treasure for us, and it's include 1,500 species of algae and about 80,000 species of spore plants and 595 species of lichen and about 2,197 species of ferns and about 30 until 40,000 species of seed plants flora. And don't forget that beside this biodiversity, Indonesia has also rich in ethnic and cultural diversity. About ethnics and botany, as we know, that's ethnobotany study conducted. I have to mention that Indonesia has over than 1,300 ethnic groups. Exactly, the number is 1,340 ethnic groups in Indonesia, and these recognized ethnic groups, making it one of the most diverse countries in the world for ethnic groups. And besides that, we can also mention that Indonesia is also home to over 700 until 800 languages, making it one of the most linguistically diverse countries in the world. So the ethnic diversity causes differences also in using plants for spirituality, cultural values, health, beauty, and even disease treatment. Then it is very important to explore knowledge about plant species that can be used for medicine, and can conduct through ethnobotanical research and also apply the principles of environmental sustainability and how to manage natural resources in the environment. So the implementation of ethnobotany at Dongo Ele tribe in Bima, West Nusa Tenggara, it's being from their ancestors long time ago, and if we try to understand the name of Dongo Ele tribe, the term Dongo, or in the full words, it's Do Dongo, means mountain people, and it divided into two groups: Dongo Ipa in western part and Dongo Ele in the eastern part. And our study location is in Dongo Ele, or eastern part of Wawa district. And the tribe located in the Lambito and Wawa district, Bima Regency, West Nusa Tenggara Barat, and the language is Bima Dongo language, one of the 700 languages in Indonesia. And Wawa district is a settlement in the mountain, and the temperature is very cold, and also has fertile and suitable land for agriculture. And of course, there are so many medicinal plants that can be found in this village. And the Wawo district, or Wawo people, or Dongo Ele tribe, is also the people that continue to preserve the cultural values of their ancestors, also in use the medicinal plants. Our study or ethnobotanical research in Dongo Ele, actually, it's still very limited of information, because maybe the most research on ethnobotany is in Java or in Borneo. In Sumbawa or Bima, it's still very limited, and so we were doing this research, and this is one of our reason to have research there. And this research expected to be used for cultural conservation and nature conservation also, especially on medicinal plants and for other purposes for the welfare of mankind. This is the study area in the Wawo district, Bima Regency, West Nusa Tenggara. Our study area is at Triamau, Tarlawi, and Raba village, 3 villages that we study there. And our respondents are 70 people, and to identification of medicinal plants, we are using field guide. Sando is a healer in Nusa Tenggara Barat. In every place in Indonesia, we have a different term for healer, and Sando is the healer that people call in Bima or in West Nusa Tenggara Barat. Also, we use books, or if we don't know the species name, we send to Herbarium Bogoriense under BRIN. And the data analysis in qualitative approach, we are doing in-depth interviews and field observation. And in quantitative approach, we we use the RFC, VIV, SUV, and FL, and also planned part value of PPF to see how community use the medicinal plants there. This is the overview of our location of the research. As we can see, the house is very traditional. It is in the mountain, and also the access for health is very low. So they use the medicinal plants more often than the other part of the location. And the Wawa district has a population density of 136 people per square kilometers, and this is the overview of the condition. Mostly there are farmers. Corn and candlenut are the biggest sources of livelihood. Sorry. And this is the overview of our respondent, mostly women, because the time of data collection, which coincided with the early stage of the corn planting season, and also the age distribution reflected the population that actively engage in household and agricultural work. But all informants reported having experience with traditional healing practices. This is the diversity and multifunctionality of medicinal plants in local communities, that most of the people prepared and use medicinal plants in many ways, and the most people use medicinal plants by cook, and they use medicinal plants by drink. And if we look for relative frequency of citation, how familiarity of the Donggala community with various medicinal plant species, there are two biggest, the high level of familiarity that are Curcuma domestica and Zygimer officinale. I think this is the more familiar also in another location in Indonesia. And if we look at the species use value, that how the plant species mention the plant for use as medicinal plant. How often the respondent mention the medicinal plant? We know that this is UV or SUV. We can look at that the most familiarity species for the community is Abrus precarius and also Conferma globosa. Okay, the picture below is the Abrus comparis and Conferna species. And if we talk about The family importance value, this is value shows how many sources know and mention plants from the family. We can see that the family of plant that used and often mentioned by the community is from Fabaceae and Zingiberaceae. These two families of medicinal plants that often mentioned by the people at the community. And if we look at the index that reflects the degree of public trust in using specific medicinal plants for treating some disease or health conditions, the two species are Syzygium aqueum and Psidium guajava from gastrointestinal disease like diarrhea and some kind like that, or stomach pain or diarrhea. This is the high percentage that suggests a strong cultural reliance on this plant, Syzygium aqueum and Psidium guajava, to use as medicinal plants for diarrhea and stomach pains. Okay. Our discussion for this research is that in Indonesia we often call jamu as for a combination of medicinal plants that use as functional drink or to treat some disease. The jamu itself is from the combination of the word Java and ngeramu. Ngeramu is make some formulation. Another theory states that jamu come from the old Javanese language jampi, or a healing method using herbal ingredients. So in Indonesia, jamu is mostly used as term for Javanese, but now is medicinal plants for another region or another location too can refer to jamu. Medicinal plants that grow in Java and West Nusa Tenggara is different because some environmental factors, but there is also some similarity in how to use the medicinal plants as as a method to treat the disease. This is the difference between Donggo Ele or Bima tribe ethnobotany and Java tribes ethnobotany. In some factors that give the impact on the use of medicinal plants, it's like climate and the environment factor that are very quite different, the Java and the Nusa Tenggara Barat, and also the culture and utilization. Also, there is some difference in using the herbal medicine, and also soil type. As a discussion, there are some plants that do not use by Donggo Ele tribes, but often used by Javanese as a jamu ingredient. And we find that about 4 plants that not found in herbal medicine of Donggo Ele, but often found in Japanese jamu. As the conclusion of our study, the first is the Donggo Ele tribe, sorry, has long-standing tradition of using medicinal plants for both internal and external treatments, and also their botanical knowledge spans across a variety of all ailments, with plants from the Fabaceae and Zingiberaceae families being the most prominent, and over 67 types of ailments are treated using local plants, including respiratory disease, diabetes, and high blood pressure. And several plants such as Syzygium, Polyanthum, and Tinospora crispa are used for multiple treatments, reflecting their versatility. And the community employs various methods to prepare medicinal plants, including boiling, pounding, and soaking, with drinking herbal concoctions being the most common methods of consumption. It's about 58%. And in agricultural activity is central into the Wawa district economy, with 83.46% of the population engaged in farming, and the ethnobotanical knowledge is passed down and intertwined with daily life, emphasizing the integration of traditional medicine in healthcare. And the fidelity level analysis highlights the most trusted plants for treating specific disease, with Syzygium aqueum standing out as the most relied upon plant for treating gastrointestinal issues. And the last is additionally plants like Andrographis paniculata and Curcuma domestica show high species use values, indicating their broad use across the community. I think this our study of ethnobotanical study at Donggo Ele tribes, and thank you for here or this presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for Dr. Insinyur Nonon Saribadon MSc for presenting ethnobotanical study. It's so interesting presentation. Well, okay. I hope that you have some question, and I hope you can keep it until the end of this session, because we will have, as usual, we'll have a Q&A session afterward. I hope that will be balanced. There is a questionnaire from the left side and the right side. But beforehand, we would like to continue this session with the presenters from Tajikistan. We'd like to confirm for Professor Saidberg Sotorov. Are you already joined online? For Professor Saidberg Sotorov. Okay, no, there is hand from the upstairs said that Saidberg Sotorov hasn't come yet to the online meeting. Well, I think we would like to confirm whether Dr. Muhammad Ajmal already coming online or not. Oh, ada. Well, Professor Saidberg Sotorov names in Zoom.
Excuse me.
Yes, okay. Are you listening me?
Excuse me. We have little technical problems. will do latte, okay?
Well, okay, we can
We
listen.
have little technical problems. We will do a latte. You understand me?
Okay, okay. So you need to.
Now we have little technical problems.
Well, okay. So you can present it right now, or just jump up to another presenters. Professor Satorov, are you still dealing with your
Excuse
device?
me. We have little technical problems. We will do later.
Well, okay. I'll skip you first. I think I will give you some time to deal with your technical problem, and we will go to the next.
After
Okay. Do you want to present it, or you need some time to deal with your technical problem? Well, okay, Professor Setbek Sotorov, I think I will give you some time to deal with your technical problem while we jump up to the next presenter, Dr. Muhammad Ajmal Shah. Are you already online?
Kalau belum ke Kasman kali ya Bu ya, kayaknya udah siap, udah prepare dari tadi Kasman. Iya.
If not online yet, I think we jump up to Professor Kasma. I have already seen Professor Kahma since the beginning of the session. Are you able to present it right now, or? Well, okay, I can see it. Okay, Professor Kasma, Kamsah?
Saya.
Yeah, can you present it right now because your schedule is around 11:30?
Yeah, okay, no problem.
Well, okay, the time is yours, Professor.
Can you see my slide?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me today. So this is the second time I've been presenting at ICNPCD, International Conference of Natural Product Chronic Disease. So thank you, UNAS, for inviting me. And this year I will talk about the research on natural product from stingless bee. So where this project is being taken off recently by my groups. Okay. So the title of my presentation will be Malaysian Stingless Bee Propolis, Untapped Resources for Pharmaceutical and Agro-based Industries. And this time I will talk about the issue on standardizations. All right. So plant is not the only source of natural products. There's a lot more. For examples, from seaweed just now that we heard from the previous speakers, and also from the bees. So the bees also produce natural products, materials that is have a very high value in terms of therapeutics. And this natural product is come from different sources of stingless bee. For example, propolis, honey, bee pollens, wax, and so on. So our focus is on stingless bee because this type of bees is easy to handle. And in terms of therapeutics activity, we have done the screening, and they are better than the honeybees. And the materials that we focus on is propolis, right? So as an introduction, stingless bee is very well-known type of bees, and is actually is the main pollinators. And you can see in the world, South American have the most species of stingless bees, followed by Middle Americans. And even Southeast Asians only have 9% of the total species of bees, of stingless bees, but it still is a significant in terms of the pollinators for our crops. So the stingless bee that we are interested in is actually from Meliponidae tribes, and is very close relative to the honeybees that we know. And also is stingless bee is the largest group of eusocial species on Earth. And we can differentiate stingless bee and the bees mainly from the lack of stings presence in them, because they do not sting actually. That if the sting is not venomous, it's very mild. So that's why it's very easy to handle when we want to do the research. Okay, there's in Malaysia there's is about 30 species of stingless bees, but only like 3 to 5 species that is commercially bred and also collected for the commercial purposes. The bees products that we focus on is actually propolis. So propolis is a sticky material that the bees build their hives of. And also when we look at the literature, we found out that propolis have good antimicrobial, antifungals, antioxidant, and so on. So this is a good starting point for us to start our research. And in the early work that we done, we screen and we compare the bees products. I mean propolis, bee bread, and also the honey. Which one is have the good bioactivity? So we can proceed to do the more in-depth investigation. So we found that from comparison with honey, propolis, and bee bread, so we found that propolis in terms of antioxidant activity is much better than the other products. Okay, so we also look at into the chemical profile of the stingless bee species. So we compare the two main species that we have in our country, which is Heterotrigoma itama and also Genotrigona trosica. So I believe these two species are also present in Indonesia, so mainly in Kalimantan. That's why, as we know, so we haven't found any papers from the Java Islands. So you can see that is very rich in chemical compositions, right? And when we focus on a single species, Heterotrigoma itama, we also found it's very interesting profiling And we can see there's lots of compounds that can be used to isolate and to establish as a markers. So you can see in the diagram, this is a very basic TLC, and there's a lot of compounds. So in our early works, we also do the GCMS screening, and we found that it's very interesting that the compound that's present in propolis have various biological activities. You can see such as anti-inflammatory, anti-allergic. Anti-inflammatory is very prominent, and cancer preventive chemical compounds, contraceptive compound, anti-listeria, and so on. So with this data, even though it's from the library, it's good enough for us to proceed with deeper investigations. And we also found that in terms of nutritional values, the compound which is Heterotrychoma itama is a more phenolic and flavonoid contents, and you can see that the difference between the species also quite significant. So from our early study, we also developed a product from the propolis. We call it Propoplus, which is skincare products, the lotions, the cleanser, toner, and the creams. So we even won the best award in international innovation competitions. But from there, we start looking at this product seriously, especially when we want to do large scale productions. We need to have a certain license to commercialize it worldwide or nationally. So we found that propolis, same as the other natural product from medicinal plants, is a natural product. It's a complex mixture of chemicals, and the source also, even though we take the propolis from the beehive, but the propolis is actually the materials from the plants that is surrounding the hive, which is from the multiple source of plants. And also the issue of the variety of the species. So when we have the varieties of the materials and variety of the species, there are also issues on the varieties of the biological activities. And this is due to the source of the raw materials. So the raw materials can come from the wild, and it can come from the domesticated hives. So there's a huge difference from this. So how we go about? So in order for us to fully commercialize this product, we need to look into the standardizations. So standardizations, as same as any other natural products and also medicinal plants, is cover the issue of safety, quality, and efficacy. So in safety, we have to make sure of the authenticity of the raw materials. We have to make sure the level of toxicity is very minimum, and also because it's come from the bees, is a huge problem on the allergy because of the bee pollen. And in terms of quality, should be standardized way of extractions, and it should be a way how we deal with the bee species, which come from the different geographical origins, and also the chemical compositions, where we should have the markers. So far for the Malaysian propolis, we do not have the established chemical markers yet. And for the efficacy, so this the important part for the consumers, where they want to have a very potent biological activities, whether in vitro and in vivo, and also how do we prove the efficacious effect on in the clinical settings. So with the standardizations issues in mind, we have perform our studies. We sampling in a larger samples, and we go to different localities and to look at into their chemical profilings. So here you can see that we have 10 localities all around Malaysia. So we can see that from the locations, we can see that the difference between the chemical profilings. The one that is circles in the yellow, that we think that is good candidate to be used as a markers and to do the isolation and deeper chemical studies. And from the chemical profilings from the different locality, we can see that from our sampling here from 3 different states, we can see that is can be divided into 3 main groups. So this is only for one species. So the locality we think that is really give an effect, especially when some of the localities are near the town, some of the localities near the forest. So it's give very big variation in there. So in terms of variability in the extractions, so if we have one particular extracts from one localities, we still have to solve the issues of the type of extractions. So here we do different type of extractions. So we do 70% ethanol and 90% ethanol. We also try to look at a different type of extraction. We do the maceration, sonication, and also socklets. So you can see that there is a pattern where there is a main compound that always come out with any type of extractions. And the same thing like when we do the antioxidants screening here. So there's still a lot of antioxidant compound that is present. Then when you can see in this, the middle range is a very good candidate if you want to develop and isolate them as markers for this species. So from the extractions, still from the different type of extractions, we can also see the huge difference when we do the FTIR. And you can see here that if we really want a standardized extract, we should choose one type of particular extraction only. You cannot use a different type when we want to optimize the extracts. So from this, we focus on to try to look deep into the chemical profiling from this one, from the GCMS. So we can see here that the compound that is present, you can see that there is a consistent compound that is there that we can choose to be developed as a marker. So you can see here like a cycloalnose and a few compounds that is always present when we do the profiling. So we also look at the quality of the total phenolic content and total flavonoid contents of the extract from the different extraction methods. So we can see there's a huge difference. So again, is show us that the extraction is very, very important factors in standardizations. Okay, now we look into biological properties and we use antioxidant as our standard for biological activities. And we want to see how biological activity affected by the localities. As you can see here from the 10 localities, we see that is huge, there's a significant difference from each locations. Right. So we also screen for the cytotoxicity activities and the effect of the localities. So again, it's the same thing. Basically, so the localities give a huge difference. So the striking the most is like the localities, which is here BST1 is actually in our campus. We have our apiary farm inside the campus in our forest, beach forest. So we found out that the best propolis quality is actually propolis from our campus. Right. So we so try to compare the most used species in Malaysia, which is Heterotygoma itama and also Thoracica. So we found that there is a huge difference between these two, and you can see the result is actually corroborated with the others analysis that we have done, right? So from the chemical markers that we think that we can develop the standard for Malaysian stainless steel propolis, and from that we focus on the genus Trigona thoracica. If you see before, the result that I shows that the Itama species gives the better biological activity, but in terms of chemical profiling, it's not much difference. And we found out that most of the compound that is in the Itama is also found in the Thoracica. But the difference in the Thoracica is the bigger species. So the bigger species mean that they have more materials for us to working, especially when you want to do the chemical profiling, you need a lot of materials. So we need from this material, we need to extract it and we need a large number so we can get a lot if you want to do the isolation and characterization. So we choose the Thoracica to isolate the compound to develop the chemical markers. So we do the screening with the HPTLC and FTIR and GCMS, as you can see. So you found that there's a few compounds that is really prominent and can be the candidate for the standards. So we also screen our extract to the one that we want to develop as a markers. We screen on the biological activities. So as you can see, there's a very good activity on the antioxidant, cytotoxicity, and also there is some activities on the antibacterial activities. So with that, we isolate the major bioactive compounds from this species using a bioassay guided approach. So you can see here that we get at the end we get the pure compounds of 4 species. Okay, so megiferronic acid, embryonic acid, and megiferronic acid. So with these 4, we proceed with the isolations, and this is the cycloartin type terpenoids. All that we get here is a pure, and we also characterize using all the chromatography and spectroscopic means of analyzing. So to confirm the characters and the identification of the these chemicals. So here is we show you the megiferronic acids, and all these sorry. And sorry, just okay. So this is the 4 compounds that we managed to isolate and characterize by using SAMS and so on. So this is the 4 compounds. And then we again analyze this compound through the same thing that we do in the raw material. That not all compounds that behave the same as their extracts, as we understand that in the in the raw compound,
The operator, yeah. Okay, Prof. Kasma, you can continue your presentation. It is still mute, Prof. We can't hear you. Your microphone is still mute.
need to reverse back. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's clear now.
Yeah. So from the compounds that we already isolated, we recheck into our extracts back. So we see that is present in the crude extracts that we use to isolate. So it's confirmed that this compound is present in the extract of propolis that we started with. All right. So this is from 3 different locations that we try to isolate back. So you can see that from that 3 different locations, we still find the markers that we isolated. So this some of the compound is very little, so that is understood, because there's a lot more other compounds. That the most importantly, this is the main compound that is we already isolated, and because we can detect in the raw extracts, I mean we can use this compound for standardization markers for propolis. So as a conclusion, so the chemical composition that from the Thoracica propolis from different locations mainly consists of terpenoid, flavonoid, and phenolics. And the propolis from different locations also possess this biological activity that we tested, antioxidant, antibacterial, and cytotoxic activities. And the major compounds that we managed to isolate are the megiferronic acid, ammonic acid, megiferrolic acid, and cycloatenol, embolic acid and cycloatenol. So this species can mengiferronic acid, embolic acid, mengiferronic acid and embolic acid can serve as chemical markers. But mengiferronic acid act as a bioactive markers. But if we can see that when we tested back, only ferronic acid that show a very strong bioactive, biologically active compared to the other markers. So from here we can proceed. We can expand our samplings to establish these chemical fingerprints and also to verify the chemical markers that we've already been isolated, whether we can be used these 4 markers for the quality purposes. We also can conduct a comparative study of chemical metabolites and also the resins from the plants, that so we can confirm the botanical origin of the propolis, and also for the biological active compounds, especially the mengiferronic acid, whether we can investigate their mechanism of action to be developed as in this case anti-cancer agents. So in summary, I would like to say that standardization of the stingless bee propolis as compared to the medicinal plant is still in very infancy stage and is consider this huge potential, and it's very important to have these markers and also the standardization procedures for the propolis. And with the candidate is already identified. So we hope that after this, the development of the standards, especially the chemical standards, can be carried out and can be applied to maintain the quality from the raw material to the finished product of the propolis. With that, I would like to show you some of the pictures of our samplings throughout the countries. And also, we also doing lots of the knowledge transfers activities. So how to isolate, how to manage their farm, and how to extract the propolis and honey and the bee breads for the communities. And we also pay the visit to the community to give them our advice. And this is my groups. This picture taken from the World Bee Day in 2023. So I would like to invite everybody who want to work with us as part of the stingless bee family, either in domestication of the bees or the investigation of the pharmacological activity of stingless bee products, either propolis, honey, or others. So you are all welcome to collaborate with us. Okay, I also would like to share that we just published our books, Stingless Bee, Miracle Bees for Human Benefits. And thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for Professor Madya Dr. Kamsa Suryati binti Maut from University Sultan Zainan Abidin, Malaysia, who is presenting Malaysian stingless bee propolis. I think we can go to the next presenter. I would like to call Professor Dr. Seidberg Satorov. Are you already fixed the problem? Oh, well, okay. I can see your face right now. Can you start your presentation? Okay, Prof. Satorov.
Yes. I understand you. No problems.
Oh, okay. I'll skip you again. I'll give the opportunity to the next presenter, and I hope that after this, you will be ready to present your paper.
Okay?
Are you ready to present your paper?
Okay, I understand you. We prepared the presentation, and Izzy will do my postgraduate student Sukhia Maulonazarova. You can share.
Well,
Sukhia, you can start.
well,
Okay.
okay, we will wait to you.
Hello, hi everyone. I am Surya Maulonazarova, a postgraduate student in Tajik Medical University and assistant of the Department of Microbiology, Virology and Immunology. And I'm very happy to represent the No Medical and Social Institute of Tajikistan today. My topic of my presentation is pharmacognostic activity of endemic Ferula species of Tajikistan. The use of medicinal plants as complementary or alternative medicines is increasingly we describe globally. Between 10 to 50% of the population in developed countries regularly consumes plant products. Ethnopharmacology or traditional medicine in Tajikistan has deep centuries-old roots dating back of the time of Avicenna. Back then, traditional healers in Tajikistan widely used
Memang gak ada zoomnya ya dia. Zoomnya barengan sama ini ya.
Tajikistan widely used medicinal plants to treat both non-communicable diseases and infectious pathologies. In this context, it should be noted that the flora of Tajikistan is remarkably diverse. According to experts, more than 1,000 plant species grow here. There are 39 species of this genus growing in Tajikistan, of which 6 species are endemic. Endemic species include Ferula violacea.
I'm so sorry to disrupt you, Professor Sotorov and your assistant. Could you just share your slide so we can understand what you're presenting right now, because you are presenting with your assistant right now. Yeah, just show your assistant, and also please show your slides. If you are not able to show your slides, you just send it to, you can send it to the committee right now. Okay, for the participant, I think we just need to adjust the time and wait for the moment. I know it is quite challenging because hybrid international conference sometimes need an extra time to deal the thing like this. Okay, Professor Sotorov, could you show your presentation or slides? Or if you are not able to show by yourself, you can send it to the committee right now so we can help you to show your presentation. You are still mute, I think. We can't listen to you. Okay, while dealing with this, I think we can go and continue to the next presenter, I think.
Okay, we can go to Dr. Muhammad Ajmal. I would like to call Dr. Muhammad Ajmal. Are you ready to present your paper?
Yes.
Okay, that's clear, and I think I'll give you the time for presenting your paper while waiting for Professor Sotorov.
Can you can you listen me?
Yes, yes, your voice is clear.
Okay. So I would like to share my slides.
Yeah, your voice is clear. So the time is yours.
It's fine.
You can start your presentation right now. Okay.
Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum everyone. My name is Muhammad Ajmal Shah, and I'm assistant professor at Department of Pharmacy, Hazara University, Pakistan. I'm also adjunct professor at Department of Pharmacy, Undip, Semarang, Indonesia, Pancasila University, Jakarta, Indonesia, and UMS Surakarta, Indonesia. So, first of all, I am very thankful to the committee and the organizer who provide me the opportunity to interact with you people. And today I will have a short talk about green preparation of berberine rich extract and its pharmacological evaluation. My
Okay,
presentation
Mr. Ajmal, I'm so sorry. Could you just make it like the slideshow mode?
It's okay?
Okay, that's perfect.
So in my presentation, I will cover about some concepts about green extraction and microwave assisted extraction. That's why it is considered as a green extraction method. And also I will present some example that how we can prepare active constituent in rich extract and how it is bioequivalent to the pure compound. So let's start from the herbal extract. As nowadays we know that everyone is looking for the natural medicine. Of course, the natural medicines, which are mostly the herbal extracts, have some advantages and disadvantages if you look at the slide. So herbal extracts are very simple to prepare. They are very low cost because we are getting them from nature. And due to its diverse phytochemical nature, it has various biological activities, and sometimes due to the diversity of phytochemical profile, uh, they have synergistic activity too. But on the other hand, they have very unsatisfied appearances, and due to a complex nature, they are less stable. So stability is still an issue about the herbal extract, and sometimes due to the stability issues, they are least effective. So how we can prepare an appropriate herbal extract? There are different methods, like we classify the extraction methods into the classical as well as the modern methods. But of course, the modern methods that use the technology uh, actually reduce the extraction time, the extraction, the energy, the labor, and finally get we finally we get the cost effective extraction, cost effective product that based on the green extraction. So in our lab, we normally use microwave assisted extraction technique for extracting the herbal remedies and the natural products because it consumes very less time, it consumes very less energy, and also it consumes very less amount of the solvent. If we look at the mechanism of the microwave extraction, so it is actually heating from the inside to outside as compared to the conventional heating. In conventional heating, we actually heat up the substance which we don't want to heat, and later on we get heated the substance which is in the container. But comparatively, the microwave heating, actually every herbal powder that contains some content, some moisture content, and this moisture content get heated, and it ruptures the plant tissue, and the heat comes from the inside to outside, so there is no heat loss. Again, if you compare the conventional heating with the microwave heating, so there are some benefits, like the energy transfer is in the conventional, there is energy transfer from outside to inside, but in microwave heating, there is energy conversion. And again, the external heating, we need external heating source in the conventional process, but in microwave heating, we just get the internal heating by a microwave irradiation. In comparison to conventional heating, the microwave is highly efficient, and but the problem is only that with the microwave, associated with the microwave, it is dependent, it is material dependent. You cannot put any kind of container in the microwave. So what is the green extraction? The green extraction is the process that use the renewable sources and alternative solvents, like the green solvents. The green solvents could be like bioconsumable, like ethanol and edible oils, water. These are considered to be the green solvents because these are environment friendly as well as human friendly. And it should also ensure a safe and high quality extract, and it should have a reduced energy consumption, so the price of the product should be very low. So whenever we are working with the natural product chemistry, we have an issue of the quantity of the compound. So normally when we are extracting or isolating or purifying the compound from the natural sources, so we get in a very low quantity. So to overcome this issue, we can use an active constituent enrichment method, which could be, and the extract that is prepared by active constituent enrichment method can be alternative to the pure phytochemical. And we have proved it in our experiment, like one of my PhD student worked with this plant, and she already graduated. She, as you know, that berberine is an isoquinoline alkaloid, and it has a very diverse phytochemical profile. So, like before, it has been reported for its anti-diabetic activity, antimicrobial activity, anti-cancer activity, immunomodulator activity, and as well as the neuroprotective and wound healing potential. And the major source of berberine in the Himalayan region, like in our region, it is Berberis lycium. Berberis lycium is a berry plant with some spines, and the root bark of the Berberis lycium actually contain berberine. It is considered to be the major and marker compound of the Berberis lycium. But the problem associated with berberine is commercially this compound is very expensive. So you cannot commercialize it into a product, even though if you will commercialize it into a product, the cost will be so high. And if you will go through for isolation from the plant, so of course you need the isolation of pure compound needs a multi-step process. And also we need to consume toxic solvent. And of course, a long time and energy is needed for the process. And finally, the cost of the product is so high, which is beyond the patient. So to overcome this problem, we hypothesized that if we prepared the plant extract with high quantity of berberine, like we called it berberine-rich extract, so we presume that this berberine-rich extract could be an alternative, therapeutic alternative to the pure berberine that is available commercially but very expensive. So based on our literature, we found that Barbaris lycium is the main source of this compound, and previously by HPLC analysis, some researchers reported that the Barbaris lycium crude extract contained 13% 13.39% weight by weight berberine by extracting the plant material and 20% of ethanol. So we designed a process, a green process for the preparation of berberine-rich extract. And how we proceeded, we collected the plant root and we peeled off the bark, then we washed and grinded. We dried, then we proceeded for drying, and we dried it for 48 hours, 60 degrees C. Then we crushed it into the powder, and then we extracted the powder by dissolving 300 gram in 1.5 liter of ethanol by using microwave assisted extraction. The power we use for microwave 100%, and we did 3 cycle of 6 minutes per cycle, like 2 minutes on and 30-second off. Once we got the crude extract, so then we filtered the crude extract by using normal filter paper, and then we loaded the filtrate in an ion exchange resin column, that is Dione HP20 column. We used 30 to 70% ethyl alcohol in water as a solvent for frictionation, and we kept the flow rate at 20 ml per minute. So the fractions based on the TLC, the fractions that have high content of berberine, we collected them, we evaporated, and finally we got the berberine-rich extract. Based on the chromatographic analysis or HPLC analysis, we use the commercial berberine as a standard, and we found that our crude extract, even our crude extract, contained 32% of berberine content, but the enrichment process actually enhances the berberine content up to 58.4% weight by weight. So then we assume that this berberine-rich extract that contains 58% of berberine could be bioequivalent to the pure berberine that is available commercially but very expensive. So we conducted several experiments to conclude that our hypothesis that the berberine-rich extract is bioequivalent to commercially available expensive berberine. And in the first study, we did anti-inflammatory evaluation of berberine-rich extract in comparison to pure berberine from the market. In 2 different models, we used chemoluminescence model for the in vitro anti-inflammatory assay, and we also tested both the samples in the animal model, like citric acid induced and hot plate induced, formaldehyde induced inflammation with star rates, and we actually compare berberine-rich extract with berberine at 3 different doses at 25, 75, and 125 milligram per kg dose. And we found that on these doses, both berberine and berberine-rich extract have bioequivalent effect. Means the results we got were comparable. Like at the same dose, the berberine-rich extract normalize all the parameter in comparison to berberine at the same level. Another study we conducted on berberine-rich extract is the anti-Alzheimer comparison of berberine to berberine-rich extract. And we used two parameters. We did behavioral studies as well as biochemical studies with different small experiments. And we found that the berberine-rich extract that contained 58% of berberine was again bioequivalent to the commercially available berberine in all the parameters. We also did some analysis on different biomarkers like acetylcholine, IL-1 alpha, IL-1 beta, base and TNF alpha to check the mechanism for the berberine as well as berberine-rich extract. And in conclusion, we got the same result both for the berberine and berberine-rich extract, and we published this result in a Q1 journal that has impact factor of 5.8, and the previous study we have published in a Q2 journal, Food Biochemistry, that has impact factor nearly 4.0. Another study we conducted, one of my master's student did this work on the same samples. We tried to compare the berberine-rich extract with the pure commercially available expensive berberine, and we used the streptozotocin induced diabetic rate model, and we analyzed different parameters under the effect of berberine-rich extract and berberine, like we checked the effect on the body weight, the water and food intake, insulin level, as well as the blood sugar level. And in conclusion, we found that the berberine-rich extract has a bioequivalent effect to commercially available berberine. And these results we have recently published in ACS Omega, which is also a Q1 journal. Apart from that, the data which we didn't publish yet is the antimicrobial and wound healing effect of the berberine-rich extract in the comparison to berberine. So we selected some pathogenic bacteria like Proteus vulgaris, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, Escherichia aureus, pneumonia, MRSA, and Salmonella typhi. And we found in the result that both the berberine-rich extract and berberine has bioequivalent effect, whereas in some cases berberine-rich extract may be due to some other compound, the presence of other compound and synergistic activity. It is more potent than berberine. In wound healing assay, like we use cell migration assay, and we found that the BRE and the berberine, like berberine-rich extract and berberine, both have bioequivalent effect in the cell migration assay, and it has a potential for the wound healing agent. So again, these results in antimicrobial assay as well as in wound healing assays, our hypothesis was confirmed that our green prepared berberine-rich extract is bioequivalent and has a comparable effect to berberine in both wound healing and antimicrobial assays. So based on this potential, before publishing, we have filed a patent to the Intellectual Property Office, Government of Pakistan in 2021. And we are claiming that our green rich extract that we have prepared by using green approaches is bioequivalent to the commercially available expensive berberine. So I will conclude my presentation with these remarks. Whenever you are working with some medicinal plant and you have intention to commercialize it, the first thing is you must know the marker or the major compound or the marker or major phytochemical. The marker or major phytochemical can be based on the quantity as well as based on the activity. So the most bioactive and the most abundant compound in any plant is known as a marker and major compound. So once you do basic research to know the major phytochemical compound, then you should find a suitable solvent according to the polarity, that your compound is polar or non-polar. Based on the polarity of the compound, you should select a suitable solvent, and then you should proceed for different extraction technique. The most recommended one is microwave assisted extraction technique. During performing the preliminary extraction procedures, you can do optimization for your solvent as well as for the extraction condition. And once you get the fully optimized extraction protocol, then you can proceed for comparison of the polarity. Based on the polarity, your organic solvent, the one that has the best one you selected for your compound, to the bioconsumable solvent or the pharmaceutical excipient. Based on the polarity, you can select any pharmaceutical excipient, like you can select propylene glycol. You can, if it is a topical preparation, you can select cetyl alcohol or some other bases. And you can also select the edible oil as a solvent if the compound is nonpolar. You can extract your compound in this bioconsumable and green solvent, and of course by this way you can get to a product by complete green approaches. So actually the time was short. I wanted to discuss more, but I had a very short time. So I think for today it is enough. And if you have any question regarding our research, or if you want to collaborate with us, or if you have any query about this presentation, so you may ask.
Please give applause for Dr. Ajmal for presenting his paper. Well, we are trying to call Professor Satorov again, because I'm so sorry, because I think beforehand Professor Satorov has a slide, so I asked his assistant to show the slides. I would like to ask Professor Satorov whether he or his assistant is still joining us online. Could the operator help me whether Professor Satorov still joining online or not? Well, not. Okay, well, I think we can go to the discussion session or Q&A session while still waiting for Professor Satorov. I hope he can still join and join back to us to present it online. Beforehand, I was asking him to show his presentation because I thought he already prepared the slides or presentation, so we can see his presentation or slides while his assistant presenting his paper. Okay, we can go to the Q&A session. I would like to open the first Q&A session to 2 or 3 participants who want to ask the questions. Just raise your hand to ask the question, and I will choose 2 to 3 participants or 2 to 3 questions for this first session. Would like to ask the question, just raise your hand. Okay, the first, the second question. One more question. Okay, I think we just keep these 2 questions in the front of us right now.
Oh, hi. I have to pull up my notes.
Please mention to whom you want to ask the question.
To Dr. Shah, he was online.
Dr. Ajmal, yeah, I think he is still
Is he
online.
still there? But my
Could you
question,
just open? Okay.
my question was about the scalability of microwave-assisted extraction, because I've seen lots of experiments, and you can do really interesting things by applying that technology, but I don't see that as something that's scalable for, commercialization.
Okay.
Can you write the question, please? Because I cannot hear you clearly.
Okay.
My question is about the scalability of microwave-assisted extraction for industrial use and commercialization.
Could you get the question, Mr. Ajmal?
Can you write the question, because I cannot hear you properly?
Well, okay. I think I need the help from the committee to write the question.
Just give just one sentence. What she want to ask?
This is about scalability in industrial use. Scalability in industrial use.
Microwave-assisted extraction is done on a bench scale, right? It's bench equipment. And so it's great if you can develop an innovative extract using this technology, but I'm trying to understand how you would commercialize that.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, I
Again,
think,
please. Again. Okay, now I increase the volume.
yeah, okay. I think our voice is not really clear.
Yeah, now it's
in Zoom.
clear now. You can proceed now. It's clear. Please repeat the question.
Oh, okay.
Is it clear now?
Yeah, it's clear now.
Yes.
Wonderful. What I'm asking is, how scalable is microwave-assisted extraction? Because the technology that I've seen is all bench scale, and I'm wondering how you're going to go from a bench scale experiment of an extract to something that is commercializable.
Okay. Thank you for your question. So the answer is, of course, we are using on lab scale just to optimize the condition and to do research. But if you want to proceed for commercialization, so there are certain companies that prepare for you a large scale microwave instrument that could be used in industry for large scale. Like there is one company in Bangkok when I was doing my PhD. So my supervisor ordered to that company, and they have designed a big microwave extractor for them. The principle was the same, that use the microwaves for extraction, but it was on large scale. But again, when you are when you are like updating your instrument, so the condition will be, of course, you will have to optimize it again. The first, when you did the research in your lab, that is on the small scale, but once you will get the big microwave extractor on large scale from some company, so again you will have to optimize all the conditions, but the basic research will be the same. So it is not difficult to scale up the process or to commercialize the technology.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So now go to the next question. In the front one, could the committee give the microphone?
Thank you so much. And I have a question for Dr. Saribanon, please. It's been a wonderful summary of ethnobotanical knowledge and information between different people and tribes. I just wonder, how can we have access to this? Will it be published? Are you tabulating it in some form which is publishable and will benefit the world?
Okay, you can answer directly.
Thank you for Prof. Ilya for the question. We plan to publish it in the Journal of Ethnobotany, and we hope we are going to submit soon. I think it's the answer, and yes, we're doing also ethnobotanical study in Asian, and also we hope that it's going to be published also. Thank you.
Well, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So now I would like to read the question from the online participant from Janvi Kadam. And the question is for Dr. Kamsa. Janvi Kadam said that your work on propolis and its biological activity is impressive, particularly in the IC50 values you have demonstrated on cancerous cell lines. I'm curious about how this activity translates to normal cell lines. What has your research shown regarding propolis impact on non-cancerous cells, and are there any observed cytotoxic effects that might limit its therapeutic use? So I think the time is yours to answer the question, Professor Kamsa.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the questions. Yes, as you can see that the IC50 value for the propolis of the crude extract can reach as lower as I think 3 microgram per mil, which is very, very potent. And we, of course, we also screen the test at three type of normal lines. So it shows that for the we use three type of normal lines. Of all trees, for the 2 type of normal lines, I can't figure out the name of the lines. It seems it's non-toxic, and the other is a A7, is a epithelial type of cells. It shows that it still have a little bit cytotoxic effects on the normal lines. But we conclude that because of the other normal lines shows cell is viable after 100 microgram per mil, so is still considered that propolis have a very high cytotoxic activity. And we actually have a separate projects on anti-cancer of propolis. And we use uterine cancer lines. So we want to develop anti-uterine fibroid agents from the propolis. And so far, the result is really promising. And we are also trying to isolate the compounds that is responsible for the anti-uterine fibroids. So we also managed to isolate a few compounds that is bioactive on anti-cancer line, especially in anti-uterines. So apart from anti-uterine fibroids cancer lines, we also test on the breast cancer lines, hepatocytes, and also lung cancer. So far it show a very promising activity, still very much under investigations. So thank you for your interest.
Well, okay, that's the answer from Professor Kamsa. Thank you very much, Janvi Kadam from India for the question. Is there any question from online, from Zoom? No? Oh, okay. Before I give this forum to the Master of Ceremony, I would like to ask once again, is there any more question to the speakers in this session? Okay. One. Any other questions? Only one? Okay, the committee please help us to give the microphone.
Thank you. My name is Astri Zulfa. I want to ask to Ibu Dr. Nonon. Now I'm still learned to doing a research about ethnobotany. I know it was hard, if we interact with the local community with the different local language. So I want to know, do you have any hardest step on your research on this ethnobotany and how to solve the problem of that step? Thank you.
Well, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Anand, the time is yours to answer the question.
Thank you, Ibu Asri, for the question. Yes, of course, we have some challenges to doing ethnobotanical studies because we have to interact with community. But I have doing ethnobotanical research 3 times in West Java, Jakarta, and Nusa Tenggara, West Nusa Tenggara, with Professor Erna Wati Sinaga. And actually, we have to first we have to doing some preliminary, some kind like you have to go to the key stakeholders, key informant, and we have to interact with her or him, and also we need the help from local government. It's quite important, so we can conduct the study more easily, and especially in Dongo Ele tribe, we have a great help from the teacher there. It's his local leader, woman local leader there. So I think it's important. You have to mapping who is the important people or key stakeholders there, so we can ask them to help us to get interaction with the community or get the informant or key informants there. It's very useful if we have mapping first who is the key stakeholders there, and we are going to do with them to start the research. I think this maybe could answer your question.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for the participant who asked the question, and thank you very much, Dr. Insinyur Nonon Saribanon, for answering the question. Is there anyone who want to ask the question? No? No? Okay, thank you very much, and give applause once again for all the speakers who are presenting their paper today. To Professor Dr. Samsudin, thank you very much. Professor Satorov, Dr. Muhammad Ajmal, Professor Kamsha, Antonia Kas, dan Dr. Nonon Saribanon. Thank you very much. Please give applause once again. And I think there will be a souvenir or certificate from the committee, and I would like to give this forum to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, our moderator, Bapak Fadlan Muzaki, and our invited speakers. Once again, please give a big round of applause for all of us here. Please stay on the stage, and now it's time for us to extend our great appreciation to our offline speakers. We would like to invite to the stage Professor Dr. Ernawati Sinaga, Vice Rector of Universitas Nasional, to present token of appreciation to our invited speakers. First token will be given to Dr. Insinyur Nonon Saribanon, MSc, invited speaker from Universitas Nasional Indonesia. The second one, the token will be given to Professor Dr. Syamsuddin M. Biomed Abete from Universitas Pancasila, Indonesia. And counting your photo station, please, Professor Erna, stay on the stage. Counting your photo station with our invited speaker and moderator for today. Please see the cameras in front of you. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give a big round of applause to our invited speakers and moderator. Thank you. Please return to your seat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, so we are at the end of the first session of this conference. Before we enter the break session, we would like to invite all participants to come forward for the group photo station. We would like to invite Vice Rector of UNAS and also Professor Ilya, Professor Slavik, and also Dr. Joseph and Paula to come forward to the stage for the group photo station. And we are inviting the participants to come up to the stage for joining the group photo station with our invited speakers. Please come up to the stage. Semua peserta. Okay. And we all now invite all the participants, please, to come up to the stage for the group photo station. Silakan semua peserta bisa berdiri dan maju ke depan untuk melakukan sesi foto bersama. Silakan seluruh partisipan, please come forward for joining the group photo station. Ada yang di atas, nggak apa-apa, ada yang di atas aja. Siapa aja? Mbak, di atas aja nggak apa-apa, ya. Bisa di atas aja, ya. Iya, di atas aja. Silakan, ada yang bisa di atas dan ada yang bisa di bawah. Alright. Mahasiswa bisa dibawa. Sudah? Oke. Iya. Please everyone see the cameras in front of you. 1, 2, 3. Oke, another pose. 1, 2, 3. Sudah? Okay, thank you very much everyone. Please once again give another applause for all of us here. And we would like to remind you there will be a parallel session after break. Thank you very much for your participation and enthusiasm. We will see you very soon at the next agenda at 1 p.m. We will see you very soon on the next agenda at 1 p.m. after the break. And to all participants, please enjoy the lunch that we provide on the left side in this building. Thank you. Cek. Silakan seluruh partisipan bisa langsung menikmati makan siang yang telah disiapkan oleh panitia di sebelah sisi kiri gedung. Check, yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back with me, Nisrina, as your MC for today's event. Now it's time for us to enter the next agenda of today's conference, parallel sessions, and this session will be held in 3 breakout rooms. First, plenary room will be moderated by Ibu Dr. Fitriah Basalamah MSI for offline presenters, Astri Zulfa, Ramlah binti Kadir, Norzila Ismail, and Nita Parisa. Kembali saya informasikan, yang pertama untuk di ruangan auditorium atau di plenary room untuk offline presenters akan dimoderatori oleh Ibu Fitriah Basalamah dengan presenter Astri Zulfa, Ramlah binti Kadir, Norzila Ismail, dan Nita Parisa. Next one, meeting room will be moderated by Ibu Dr. Insinyur Nonon Saribanon MSI. The presenters are Hanifa Nur Adila, Suprihatin, Fatimah Az-Zahra Nur Hadi, Caroline Humaira, and Mazaya Azizah Farid. Ruangan selanjutnya ada di ruang guru besar dengan moderator Ibu Nonon dan 5 presenters, Hanifa Nur Adila, Suprihatin, Fatimah Az-Zahra Nur Hadi, Caroline Humaira, dan Mazaya Azizah Farid. And the third one, cyber meeting room, will be moderated by Ibu Astri Rozana Siregar SSI, SPD MSI. For online presenters, Hin Amira, Tri Winugroho, Amto Purwanto, Ratnamala Gosal, dan Ibu Eti Hestiati. Dan untuk ruangan yang ketiga, cyber meeting room dengan moderator Ibu Astri Rozana Siregar dengan 5 presenters, Ibu Hin Amira, Tri Winugroho, Anto Purwanto, Ratna Malagosal, dan Ibu Eti Hestiati. Please be prepared and back to the plenary room after the presentation for the closing ceremony. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are you this afternoon? Yeah, I know this is the critical hour after lunch, so maybe a little bit sleepy, yeah. But I hope that all of you in good healthy and always happy and enjoy during in the Universitas Nasional. It is an honor to welcome you to the second international conference on natural products and chronic disease hosted by Universitas Nasional in collaboration with Rutgers University, the Center for Botanicals and Chronic Disease, and the Fogarty International Center. In the parallel room for this session, we have 4 wonderful speakers, and I can imagine this is interesting research, and I hope we will share valuable knowledge and insight together. So for the first one, allow me to inform you that each presentation will be delivered in 10 minutes, and the discussion will take place after all speakers have presented their material. All right, let's begin the session. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite 4 speakers to be here on the stage together with me. For the first, Ibu Astri Zulfa from Universitas Nasional. And the second speaker is Ibu Ramlah binti Kadir from University Science Malaysia. Can join on the stage. And the third one, Ibu Norzila Ismail from University Science Malaysia. And the last one, Ibu Nita Parisa from Sriwijaya University. Ibu Nita Parisa, please. Okay, maybe we can start. For the first speaker, I would like to invite Ibu Astri Zulfa from Universitas Nasional. She will share about ethnomedicinal use, phytochemical profile, and biological activities of the Diospyros pseudomalabarika, bark extract from the Dayak Ngaju Community, Sentra Kalimantan. Ibu Astri Zulfa, the time is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you still enjoy the symposium. I hear many presentation is very have a good result funding. So now I also want to share my research finding in the Kalimantan. Actually, this is one of the plan that Dayak Ngaju, the local community in Central Kalimantan, use this plant for their medicinal. As we know that Indonesia is a country with mega biodiversity, and we also have a particular many plant species, and this high level of the species diversity means that many plant species remain underutilized due to lack of the data. So there is still many species that we doesn't know the use of also the benefit of the plant. One of plant that can found in Indonesia is local name with we call Tutup Kabali. This is the plant that belongs to family Ebanaceae and genus Diospyros. So this is the high tree. The tree can be high over 40 meter, and then traditionally the bark from this tree used by Dayak Ngaju community to treat the diarrhea. they use by soaking and boiling, and then they drink the water, so they can extract the compound from the bark. Actually, the diary is clinical symptom that the problem in digestive tract. So we have to cure the symptom. Next, please. So diarrhea can be caused by infection from many microorganisms such as bacteria, virus, or parasite. In this research, my focus is in bacteria. So there is a Staphylococcus aureus, there is Bacillus cereus, yeah, Escherichia coli, Salmonella, Shigella. But on our research, we use the Bacillus cereus from the gram-positive and Salmonella sp from the gram-negative that can be cause the diarrhea. We focus on the bacteria that can be resistant, yeah, because the bacteria can be resistant to antibiotic, and they develop the resistance faster than the new antibiotic discovered. So many researchers also want to find the drugs extract from the plant, which are widely used by the community. So this is this plant, like Tutup Bali. Before, in the previous research, it's found the compound like alkaloid, terpenoid, yeah, steroid, phenolic, flavonoid, and saponin. This compound is many potential for the antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, even to the anti-cancer. So many potential from this plant, Tutup Bali, for the future evaluate about also related to the cure the diarrhea. Next, please. So this is our study site. We study in the 5 village in the central Kalimantan, especially in Kapuas River. So we have survey for ethnomedicine in Katimpun, Ahas, Katunjung, Tumbang Mangkutup, and Tumbang Muroy. And then the sample was taken from the village, one of village in Tumbang Mangkutup. Next, please. So what is ethnomedicine research that I found? Ethnomedicine is a very important step for finding a new medicinal from the traditional knowledge, yeah. So on this research, I use the method that we interview like semi-structural with the informant that they use the plant to use by medicinal plant. So the total respondent that we have is like 100 respondent. We have a key respondent like the village leader or the traditional healer. So during the survey, we have also the questionnaire semi-structural. So we collect the detail of the ethnomedicinal information, including the part of their use or how they, the method of their use. And then additionally, we also get information was record on the medicinal use. They use only single or they mix with the other plant. So the result is on this species, yeah, in Tutup Kabali, the use value is 0.02 is mean moderate use, and then the relative frequency citation also not commonly, and then the FL also this is really strong on the validity level, because they use it for the diary. They believe to use the plant for the diary. Next, please. So I also test on the phytochemical. After I collect the sample from the field, I make a Simplicia and powder and then macerate it with the 70% ethanol, and then I have the crude extract from Tutup Kabali bark, and we test the tannin and flavonoid content with the UV spectrophotometry. As you know, the tannin is polyphenolic compound that found in many plants. It can be have a activity in microbial or antioxidant. We found in this species tannin is in 178.74. So it was a high level, yeah, on tannin. So this is considered that high concentration indicated that the extract is rich in tannin, which can contribute it to potential medicinal properties. For the flavonoid, that you see that the content only 1.675 milligram, equivalent to quercetin. So it's mean this is not very only a moderate flavonoid on it. So this is considered as a moderate concentration, suggested that the extra content is reasonable amount of the flavonoid, which can contribute to its overall biological activity, such as for the antioxidant or anti-inflammatory, also anti-microbial. Next, please. We have been test also the antibacterial activity on Bacillus cereus and Salmonella sp. We use the method with the diffusion method. We have been use several concentration, and the highest concentration, 55%, was having an inhibition zone, the highest inhibition zone. And then we also measure the minimum inhibition concentration and found that 15% concentration was effective to Bacillus cereus, Additionally, in concentration 6.25 is effective in Salmonella. So the last, please. So the last test that we do is antioxidant activity. I'm really happy with this result because the IC15 that we found that indicated this extract have potential antioxidant properties with a value 17. This test was compared to vitamin C with DPPH SI. So I have probably after this I have also another research step that we can collaborate or we can make other product from this extract. Next, please. So this traditional knowledge was support the ethnobotanical use of the Tutup Bali or Diospyros pseudomalabarika. So ethnobotany or especially ethnomedicine in here is very important to us. How the plant was using with the local community. Also the high confidence from the community that use this plant as anti-diary, or we can look that validity level is 100%. From the compound, I mean the phytochemical compound, especially in tannin and flavonoid, it showed that it can be contribute to antibacterial properties. Or in flavonoid also can be used as antioxidant activity. So future research will be doing after this finding, I think. So I hope can collaborate with the other. Conclusion, please. So in this research, I'm really happy with the finding, because many valuation is really strong to us to have another result, especially in index of ethnomedicine or in the phytochemical compound. And then on this research, we also need to have a next step to do. The last, please. So many people have been help me or really help a lot in my research. So I want to thank to many people in here, especially for people in Universitas Nasional, Universitas Jenderal Sudirman, or Rutgers University. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Aci, for the interesting presentation. We will now move on the second speaker. Please, Ibu Ramlah binti Kadir from University Science Malaysia. The time is yours.
Okay, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon. Thank you, Mrs. Moderator, Dr. Fitria, for the invitation. Okay, so my topic today is about the leveraging the potential of liposome-derived mycobacterium smegmatis targeting dendritic cell in tuberculosis vaccine strategies. Maybe my topic is different from others because I'm not using the plant, but I'm using the mycobacterium. Okay. Okay, so my background is a tuberculosis vaccine. So tuberculosis, or we known as TB, is a contagious disease caused by M. tuberculosis. Okay, so it is one of the top infectious disease that can cause death to all people all around the world. Okay, so there is estimated that about 10 million people infected with TB worldwide in 2020 and about 10.3 million in 2021. And 10.6 million in 2022. So it shows the increasing of infected TB worldwide. Okay, so this is TB indicate the rate from 2015 to 22 about 8.7%, which is it's far from the it is far from the WHO and TB strategy milestone of 50% reduction by 2025. Okay, so as we know that only tuberculosis is a available vaccine against TB, but we still use it. It is more than 80 years we use BCG to prevent tuberculosis. Okay, however, the effectiveness was varied. The range about 0 to 80%. Despite the protection in children, BCG failed to protect inactive TB pulmonary. Okay, so from the figure you can see that there are new TB vaccine which currently undergoing the clinical trial, which is include the inactivated vaccine, live attenuated vaccine, recombinant BCG, subunit vaccine, viral vector vaccine, and DNA vaccine. Okay, previous slide please. I'm not finished the second slide yet. Okay, so as you can see there are inactivated vaccine. Oh no. Okay. So inactivated vaccine we know it have long been used to prevent and treat TB. So from the table, the clinical pipeline table, you can see that there are a few inactivated vaccine which include MIP, RUTI, VK, and DAR901. Okay, one of the inactivated vaccine that our group interested is RUTI. RUTI is based on liposome, which is similar to our study. So RUTI is a vaccine which contains the fragmented, purified and liposomal heat and inactivated MTB bacilli, which is the vaccine demonstrate the reasonable safety profile and potent stimulation of the immune response against TB. So with the advantage of RUTI, it gave our group an idea to produce liposome as one of the potential candidates in the production of a vaccine against TB. Okay. So this figure actually I extracted from the publication which are written by my student. Okay, as we know, I don't know whether you familiar or not with the liposome. Okay, liposome actually a spherical vesicle. It composed of phospholipid bilayer with hydrophilic and hydrophobic characteristic. So the phospholipid component, it can be from natural lipid and synthetic lipid. Okay, so liposome can be as a carrier, which is it show a prominent properties such as targeted delivery, high biocompatibility, biodegradable, easy functionalization. It show low toxicity and immunogenic. Okay, so there are recent studies show that the application of liposome in infectious disease such as TB, malaria, and also AIDS. Okay, so this is okay. So this is how we prepare the liposome. We culture it, the M. smegmatis in agar plate, and then we choose, we inoculate the colony, and then we'll culture it, and then we do we dehydrate the lipid using the rotary evaporator, and then the lipid will accumulate in the bottom of the flask, and then we will lyophilize the lipid. Okay, so then in the same time, after that, okay, we will collect the blood sample from the patient and also healthy individual, and then we will separate the PBMC from the blood, and then we will isolate the monocyte, and then the monocyte we have to make sure more than 98%, and then after that we generate the monocyte into dendritic cell, which is we call human monocyte derived dendritic cell, and then we'll culture it with the media as a negative control. We culture with the positive control, which is LPS, and then we culture with our liposome. After that, we will evaluate the uptake of liposome by DC. We use the scanning electron microscopy, confocal microscopy, and then we analyze the expression of marker using flow cytometry, and then we quantify the cytokine, which is a few cytokine, using ELISA method. Or we also can use multiplex. Okay. Okay, so this is result. The first one is the result of the Xenerson staining. We found that they show the pinkish red slender rods of Mycobacterium smegmatis. And then after that, we produce liposome, and then we characterize using the scanning electron microscopy. We found that the size is about 20 to 135 nanometer. Okay, then we can conclude that our liposome is actually small unilamellar liposome. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So this is result for SEM, which is we can see the uptake of liposome by monocyte-derived dendritic cell. We can see that the monocyte dendritic cell without liposome, there are no uptake because it's only monocyte, and then their uptake happen in positive control and negative control, and also liposome, and also MODC of active pulmonary TB. Okay, so this is result for confocal microscopy analysis that we found their uptake only happen in monocyte derived dendritic cell of TST negative and monocyte of active pulmonary TB. For the second result is actually the expression of marker of monocyte derived from dendritic cell. I know you can see here there are no, the result is not convincing. Actually, there are no significant difference, the group of liposome compared to other result. And then the next one is result for cytokine secretion, quantification of cytokine. There are significant results for the secretion of cytokine of interferon gamma and IL-4 when we compare the group of liposome with the positive, TST positive, and there are significant difference of IL-P70 when we compare the group of liposome with the TST negative. Okay. So, sorry, a lot of animation. Okay, so for discussion, we found that our liposome is a small unilamellar liposome, which is a size I mentioned before, 20 to 185 nanometer. We successfully produce it. So the immune profile of the percent monocyte in active pulmonary TB patient show the downregulation of the cell count of TST negative and also TST positive individual. And for the expression of HLA expression and CD86, it was eventually improved. The increase of concentration level of all the cytokine in active pulmonary TB, and then the presence of liposome on the surface of DC detected a fluorescent signal which show the uptake of liposome upon immune cell activation of monocyte derived dendritic cell. So for the conclusion, the current study represents the current study represents the crucial role of liposome for M-SMAD matrices as a potential adjuvant carrier of vaccine to targeted DC through the stimulation of both humoral and cell-mediated immune response. So this is suggests that liposome from the mycobacterial lipid as an efficient vaccine candidate and immunotherapeutic agent against TB infection. Okay. Oh, tak bergerak. Next, please. Sorry. So however, there are limitations of my study because our confocal only provide 2D image of the MODC surface, which is limited the ability to visualize the internalization of liposome in monocyte-derived dendritic cell. And for the ELISA, we also, because of limiting budget, we only measure only 3 cytokines. Okay, so for the future work, maybe we can see the uptake of our liposome using the confocal microscopy with a Z-stack, which allow the optical sectioning of MODC, 3D reconstruction by capture the multiple image at a different depth, allowing the for detailed analysis of the structure. And maybe we can do the RT-qPCR, which is allow the validation of cytokine expression within the molecular level. And then one thing, maybe we can do lipid analysis, which is TLC, which it allow the identification of lipid component in our liposome M-SMAD matrix. And in this study also, I didn't do the cytotoxicity. Same reason, because of limiting budget. Maybe we can do the cytotoxicity analysis, which allow the measurement of the potential toxicity effect towards the MODC. Okay, so actually based on the finding, I know the result is not convincing, but it's okay. It just the first starting of my study. Okay, so Alhamdulillah, I'm secured another grant to continue my project, which is my project. For the new project, I will use the aptamer as a receptor for my liposome, and then it will bind to receptor of the DC, and then hopefully it can increase the uptake capacity and susceptibility effect to the induction of immune response for better protection. I think that's all from me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Applause to Dr. Ramla. Thank you, Dr. Ramla, for sharing such a valuable insight with us. Yeah, we're waiting for the next result, yeah. For the next, please welcome Ibu Norzila Ismail from University Science Malaysia. Ibu, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, ibu-ibu, bapak-bapak, kakak-kakak. I will try to present as short and layman as possible, okay? So, how many of you never heard about Pereskia-Beliau or Duri Tujuh or Jarum Tujuh Bilah? Please raise your hand. Never heard or never know about pokok daun tujuh bilah? Pokok jarum tujuh bilah, tak pernah Okay, the scientific name is Pereskia-Beliau. So actually, this plant is very famous because of its medicinal properties. Okay, actually it is edible. It can be taken as salad. Okay, so I will talk about the therapeutic potential and beyond. Okay, it means that the other potential benefit of Pereskia-Beliau. Okay, so my focus of research is to study the apoptotic induction by Pereskia-Beliau and also anti-cancer immune response activities by Pereskia-Beliau. Okay, just a brief about natural killer cells. Okay, they are the type of lymphocytes, okay, white blood cells that work as natural cancer immunosurveillance in our body. Okay, they try to recognize cancer cells or viral infected cells, and they will trigger mechanism to kill those cells. Okay, that's the function of natural killer cells. Okay, when they, the viral infected or cancerous cells actually can be recognized by the natural killer cells because those cells lacking in MHC class 2, okay, major histocompatibility complex class 1, class 1, MHC class 1 on the cancerous cell surface. So that's why by lacking this MHC class 1, NK cell can recognize the virally infected or cancerous cells. Okay, that's how natural killer cell can recognize the tumor or virally infected cells, and then a natural killer cell will trigger the killing mechanism of the cells. Sorry, this is not the slide yet. Please back. Okay, never mind. So this is Pereskia-Beliau. Okay, Indonesian call it jarum tujuh bilah. Malay call it jarum tujuh bilah as well, or duri tujuh, daun duri tujuh, or pokok duri tujuh. Chinese call it chak sing cham, and English call it orange rose cactus. Okay, so this plant originates from the western region of South America and commonly found in subtropical and tropical countries such as Southeast Asia and also India. Okay, activities of Pereskia-Beliau. Okay, traditionally it helps relieve hemorrhoid. Okay, relieve hemorrhoid, reduce blood sugar, reduce hypertension, relieve headache, ulcer, gastric pain, asthma, and rheumatoid. Okay. Apart from that, it also possesses anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, antimicrobial, anti-cancer, and anti-tumor activities. In vitro studies reported that this plant is active on cancer cells, including human nasopharyngeal carcinoma or KB, breast cancer, human cervical carcinoma, human lung carcinoma cell lines. Okay. Okay, the next slide, please. So there are many phytochemicals in Pereschia bleo. There are hundreds or thousands of phytochemicals, and most of them are beneficial, okay, because it is edible. So the major one is from the phenolic acid and also flavonoids, okay. These are a few examples, the compounds found in P. bleo. Okay, so most of these compounds are active towards many types of cancer cells. Okay, next. Okay, Pereschia bleo is safe, okay, because it is edible, can be eaten as salad, and based on in vitro and in vivo study, it is not toxic. Okay, there's no mortalities in ICR mice. Okay, even we give the highest dose of Pereschia bleo extract, which is 2,500 milligram per kg. And in vitro study also found that it is not toxic to normal cell lines like mouse fibroblasts and also human breast, normal human breast, MCF10A. Okay, it is not toxic. And the leaf of Pereschia bleo also, they are not teratogenic, okay? Means that it is not harmful to babies inside mother's uterus. Okay. Okay, so I would like to share the studies. I just combined results from a few of my students here. So the objective are to study apoptosis induction and anti-cancer immune response activity of Pereschia bleo leaf extract on cancer cell lines. Okay. So we conducted two type of successive extraction, which is maceration and also chocolate extraction. And for successive extraction, we use chocolate. I'm sure all of you know this. And then for aqueous extract, we obtain from decoction. Okay. And all extract were subjected to GCMS analysis, and each extract also was tested on cancer cells and also normal cells. And the most potent cytotoxic extract with its corresponding cancer cells were chosen for further analysis. Okay, we test on apoptosis induction and also anti-cancer immune response. So apoptosis include morphological analysis, apoptosis analysis, and cell cycle analysis. And for anti-cancer immune response, we look at the ability of Pereschia bleo in inducing natural killer cells to be cytotoxic towards cancer cells. Okay, the result, we look at the morphology of the cancer cells. As you can see there, we have bright field microscopy and fluorescence microscopy, and we can see Pereskiabilio induced cervical cancer cell death. Okay, for the results from MTT assay or anti-proliferation assay, we obtained results which showed both ethyl acetate. Here is PBEA, means that ethyl acetate extract from P-Bleo. PBEA was active towards cervical cancer cells, while methanol extract of P-Bleo was active against triple negative breast cancer cells. So this is for the ethyl acetate extract towards cervical cancer cells, HeLa, we call it HeLa. Okay, and then two type of microscopic analysis showed the cell death induction. Okay, we go to methanol extract towards triple negative breast cancer cells. The next slide, please. Okay, no. Semula. Back. Okay, this one is methanol extract of P-Bleo on triple negative breast cancer cells. Okay, as we know, there are two types of breast cancer, which are triple negative and also estrogen dependent type of breast cancer. So the estrogen dependent type is easy to treat, but not for triple negative breast cancer. So Pereskiabilio also induce cell death in MDA-MB231 cells, which is derived from triple negative breast cancer. Okay, the next slide. We look at the apoptosis induction. Okay, we know that just now we test. We showed result on cell death induction. So we want to ensure whether the cell death is caused by apoptosis mechanism or other type of cell death. Okay, so usually cancer cells, we want it to die through apoptosis mechanism. Okay, it is a programmed cell death. It is effective in eliminating the cells, the cancer cells. So from the flow cytometric analysis using annexin 5 versus PI staining, the results showed that both ethyl acetate and methanol extract of P-Bleo induced apoptosis in HeLa and also MDA-MB231 cells respectively. Okay, just now we detected whether the cell death was through apoptosis or not. So it is through apoptosis, so we want to evaluate the apoptotic protein expression. Okay, we use flow cytometric analysis as well, and the analysis also showed that P-Bleo increased the expression of tumor suppressor protein, P53, okay, and also P-Bleo also increased the pro-apoptotic protein BAX and caspase-3, and it decreased the expression of anti-apoptotic BCL2. So when the ratio of BAX over BCL2 is high, it means that the cell was undergo apoptosis. Okay, actually what I explained just now is for the last slide, the previous slide, please. Previous slides, please. Oh, tak sama ni. Okay, next. Never mind. Next. Okay, this one is what I explained just now. It is the expression of the apoptotic proteins where Pereschia bleu increase the Beck's NK space and also the tumor suppressor protein P53, and it decrease the BCL2 expression, which is the anti-apoptotic proteins. So when the ratio of Beck's over BCL2 is high, it means that the cells will undergo apoptosis. Okay, the next slide. We look at the cell cycle analysis. Okay, next. The cancer cell cycle arrest by P. bleu occur at G0 G1 phase, okay, in both cervical and triple negative breast cancer cells by ethyl acetate and methanol extract respectively. So when the cell cycle was arrested, it means that the cells is directed to undergo apoptosis. Okay, the next one. The next slide. Okay, we started the NK cells experiment by incubating blood with various concentration of P. bleu extracts, and then we measure the expression of NK cells activation related cytokines. Okay, we measure the expression of NK cells activation related cytokines, means that we measure the cytokines that involve in NK cells activation. They are interferon gamma, IL-8, IL-10, IL-12, and IL-18. Okay, based on these, we choose the concentration that can increase the cytokines that favor natural killer cells activation. Okay, so we decide the best concentration for further analysis, and then when we get the best concentration, we start to purify the NK cells from blood. Okay. So after purify the NK cells from blood, the results show that NK cells derived from healthy donors are much higher than cancer patient donors' blood. This is because when someone gets cancer, the cancer can modify their immune systems, including NK cells. So that's why in cancer patient, NK cells, we cannot detect cancer cell and NK cells in cancer patient's blood because the NK cells inside the patient blood are already deactivated. Okay. Next slide. Okay, this one is results for co-culture experiments. These NK experiments actually, we want to see whether the P. bleu extracts can increase the activity of NK cells so that NK cells is activated and become cytotoxic towards the cancer cells. So we want to know whether P. bleu extract was able to do this. So there are, we did a co-culture experiment where we combine extracts with natural killer cells and also the cancer cells. Okay, this one showed the cervical cancer cells that was incubated together, or we co-cultured together with natural killer cells and P. bleu extract. So Even though there was no significant finding in healthy blood donors, but ethyl acetate extract of P-bleo significantly induced apoptosis in cervical cancer cells through NK. Okay, as you can see here, for healthy individuals, there's no significant difference statistically. Okay, for cervical cancer patients, there was significant difference in in the number of apoptotic HeLa cells. Okay, so we can say that ethyl acetate extract of P-bleo significantly induced apoptosis in cervical cancer cells through NK cells activation. Okay, this one is result for MDAMB 231, which is the triple negative breast cancer cells. We made a slight modification compared to the ethyl acetate extract, because the ethyl acetate extract, we did it earlier than this one. So we made a slight modification on breast cancer cells incubation. However, we get the similar pattern, okay? Where the combination of NK cells, P-bleo extracts can increase the cancer cells apoptosis. Okay, the next slide. So, anti-cancer activities of P-bleo, to summarize the results from the experiment, P-bleo extract promotes anti-cancer activities by direct killing, which is through apoptosis, yes, and also through the indirect killing mechanism, which is through the stimulating of NK cells activities and also cytotoxicity towards cancer cell. Okay, sustainable cultivation. Actually, this plant has potential for cultivation and conservation. It is easy to grow. It can be grown in large scale for commercialization. Actually, if we cut any part of the trunk or the stem of the plant and plant it in a good soil, it will grow. You know, any part of the Pereskia can grow. Okay. And overgrown needs to be careful. We have to be careful because as the trunk grow bigger, then the thorn can be harder, okay, and can be harmful. So for future directions, we hope that in future, we can run experiment in vivo and study the metabolomics of Pereskia and also try the clinical trials experiment. Okay. And Pereskia has potential applications in modern medicine. It can be developed into a functional food. For the conclusion, P-bleo is rich with beneficial nutrients, can be a functional food. We should appreciate our local edible herbs. We should incorporate in our daily meals. P-bleo has anti-cancer immunostimulant properties and has the potential to be developed as into a novel drug for cancer. With that, I thank you.
Zila. Thank you. And now we move to the last speaker, Ibu Nita Parisa. time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, maybe I will introduce myself again. My name is Nita Parisa, and today I will present about our study. The title is An Efficacy Study of Cherry Leaf Extract on Inflammation in Acute Gout Arthritis in vivo investigation of interleukin-1 beta regulation. This research was conducted by our team at Sriwijaya University, and let's explore the findings of our study. Okay, next slide, please. Here's a quick overview of our presentation. We will start with an introduction to the problem, followed by the purpose of our study, the methodology we applied, key result, and our final conclusions. Maybe next slide. Okay, what is the acute gout arthritis? Acute gout arthritis is an inflammatory condition of the joint caused by hyperuricemia, leading to the deposition of monosodium urate crystals, or MSU. This disease, the prevalence of gout varies globally, ranging from less than 1% to 6.8%, with the higher rates of increase in the men. So the men more higher than women. Currently, acute gout arthritis is treated using colchicine, NSAID, and also corticosteroid, which aim to reduce pain and accelerate gout resolution. But even though they are effective, but there is a limitation of the conventional drugs and the side effects of these conventional drugs. So that's why maybe it was interestingly the leaves of the cherry tree, Muntingia calabura L, are known to contain flavonoids that possess anti-inflammatory effects by inhibiting pro-inflammatory mediators like interleukin-1 beta. So this prompted us to explore the potential of cherry leaf extract as a natural treatment option for the acute gout arthritis. Next slide, please. So this is the purpose of the study. The main purpose of our study was to evaluate the efficacy and optimal dosage of cherry leaf extract and colchicine in regulating interleukin-1 beta levels in rat models of acute gout arthritis. Okay, next. And this is the methodology. We conducted an in vivo experimental study with a post-test only control group design. The study was carried out in Universitas Sriwijaya, especially in the Animal House and Biotechnology Laboratorium. We used 30 Wistar rats were randomly divided into 5 groups, a negative control, a positive control, and 3 groups receiving different doses of extract cherry leaf. With the dose 50, 100, and also 200 milligram per kilogram body weights of the rat. And maybe this treatment maybe only take maybe just 3 weeks, but the totally we count it in month. And maybe the next slide. So this is the procedure of the study. The first of all, we have to acclimatize the animals, the rats, for 7 days. And then we prepare about the MSU crystals. We try to using uric acid from the sigma aldrich and dissolve in water with a natrium hydroxide solution at the control pH and also the temperature. And second, we should prepare about the cherry leaf extract also. We try to make extract by maceration, and we use the alcohol as a solvent. And after that, after the acclimatization of the animal, we have to do the pre-treatment and induction of gout arthritis, were carried out according to each group classification. So the MSU crystals will be injected to the knee of the to the Vista rats, knee Vista rats for 50 microliter, and then we assess, and then we take the joint tissue samples and then assess the interleukin-1 beta with the ELISA. And after that, the ELISA result will be analyzed using SPSS 25%. Okay, next. And here is the result. Our result showed that all data were normally distributed and homogeneous across groups. The negative control exhibited the highest average of an interleukin-1 beta level at 978 picogram per milli, and the positive control group had the lowest interleukin-1 beta. It's around 418 picogram per milli. Next. And in this research, we found that significant differences between the negative control and other groups. However, no significant differences were observed between the positive control and the groups treated with 50, 100, and also 200 milligram per kilogram of cherry leaf extract. Next. And from post hoc analysis, using Tukey's method confirmed significant differences between the negative control group and all other groups. Notably, the positive control group showed the highest significance when compared to the negative control. So, next. So come to our conclusion that our study demonstrated that both colchicine and cherry leaf extract were effective in regulating interleukin-1 beta levels in the model of acute gout arthritis. However, colchicine was more effective overall, while the best result for cherry leaf extract were observed at the lower dose is 50 milligram per kilogram of body weight. So we conclude that cherry leaf extract indicates that could potentially serve as a natural anti-inflammatory treatment for gout with further research and dosage refinement. Okay, next. Okay, this is our references, and thank you for your attention. I will be happy to address any questions you may have about our study. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nita. Ladies and gentlemen, speakers have presented their research finding, and now I would like to invite you, if somebody have a question, maybe you can raise your hand and just give the question. Anyone? God. Anyone have question? Maybe you can mention just to whom your question. Yeah, okay. From the left side.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sumaya, one of the students from biology program study in Faculty of Biology and Agriculture. I would like to ask Mrs. Astri Zulfa about her presentation about the effect of overconsumption of Diospyros pseudomallabarica. Is there any drawback if we consume too much of these plants? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, our research. Yeah, probably we have to test the toxicity. Yeah, but based on ethnomedicine data, the people in Dayak Ngaju community doesn't have any effect or toxic because consume this kind of bark from the tutup kabali. Even I'm also research with the orangutan. Yeah, so orangutan also eat this bark and then they have no problem on this. So I think to make sure, probably in the future we have to test on the toxicity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumaya. Anyone have question for the speaker? Okay. If not, may I give one question? For Dr. Norzila, do others part of the tree have similar benefit or function?
Yes, some study evaluate the activities of the fruits and fruits and the flowers. Yeah, but usually we eat as salad the leaves, not other parts.
Thank you, Dr. Norzila. Anyone have a question again? Okay. If not, please give applause for the fourth speaker, wonderful speaker, and thank you all the speaker, and we hope success in the future and still waiting for the next research, and good luck. Thank you.
Moderator tidak bertanya dengan senang hati. Sukses. Terima kasih Mbak Zila, nanti kontak lagi kita ya.
evening, and first of all, it's a very honor for me to be a chair in this conference, the second conference of ICNCD, and with all my extend gratitude to all of you, our distinguished Vice Rector, Professor Dr. Ernawati Sinaga, who support us as steering committee for this conference. Also all the keynote speakers, the presenters here, and our colleagues for Universitas Sriwijaya here, Professor Irsan, thank you for your coming. And also from Malaysia here, we are very glad to meet here in our conference, and maybe next year or the next conference we will meet again. And also from Medan, Prof. Poppy, we will meet later, and Ibu Marian, and also Prof. Yani, who attend this our conference. Thank you for your coming. And also my friends from ISWI, Bu Retno, and all my friends there. Thank you for attend this conference. And my colleagues, the lecturers of Universitas Nasional here, thank you. And also our students who attend this conference from yesterday until today. Thank you very much. And also for all the organizing committee, this conference cannot be made without the hard work of the organizing committee. Thank you. And I think this is the closing remarks, and thank you again, and hope to see you soon on the next event. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Bu Nonon, for the closing remarks. Once again, please give a big another applause for everyone here, for all of us here. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your feedback. Stay safe, stay kind, and stay safe to one another. I'm Miss Tina as your MC. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.